right, welcome back, everybody. When you get back, just had a nice conversation with Sam Lentz. He's going to come over and do some painting with us in a little bit, as is Uncle Adam from Tabletop Minions. Two really, really sweet guys, but I want to get back to painting myself. Eventually, some of my guys are going to come over and paint. All right, let's get back to Doctor Who here. Let's lighten that. Alright, we're going to keep working on this area that Anthony recommended. We're going to do some blending. We'll do some stippling on it as well, but right now I just want to bring a little bit more value into these volumes down here. Feather that in. A little bit. All right, so I'm just going to lighten up over here a little bit. Let's hear it for the damage, the maladjusted and wise. Gonna hit a little bit of this bounce light over here on his chin. Do some on his ear too. So it's still gonna be, this is still gonna be the darkest side of the model. All right. But all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, on Anthony's recommendation, trying to add a little bit of highlight on it. I want to fill those volumes so it's not just dead space, so you can still see the shape of what it's supposed to be in the paint. All right. So my goal is to still have the darkest, just a hint of black right under there, right in there in the temple. Lighten that up a little bit. Might be too light. Mix that shit right in my brush. You'll notice I'm not going anywhere near my lighter gray or my white for this side, right? And I'm just kind of glazing and pushing some pigments around right now. I'm not putting a ton of paint on this model right now. Do a little bit of that there. There we go. Nice creamy blends. Smooth dig it. No, get away from there. Get that out of there. There we go. Boom, how's it looking out there? Warlock, you back yet? Where are my people at? Come on.
This guy. So what paints have people been using? I just put it back in there.
Actually, Eni brought over, she was using some chimeras for the flesh tone.
Who's Eni?
Eni Minis. She was talking, she's got her own channel.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, I was introduced to her early.
Yeah.
Her name begins with a D, and I forgot it.
Okay.
And I embarrassed myself on the stream, telling her I forgot it.
Okay. Nice.
And so she's like, just call me Eni.
Eni. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's what's been laid out so far.
Okay. Huh.
What's that?
Who had their session already?
Well, it was a painter. She goes by Eni Minis on Twitch. It was a guy named Josh who's got a YouTube channel. Promote it. Whoever wants to promote. Any brushes you need, just ask. I got a ton. I brought my crap. I brought my good stuff. Although you brought all your stuff, so.
I brought everything.
Don't put up.
The first one, she was like, everybody does him red and black. I'm gonna make it a challenge for people. Pink.
So she started pink. She
started with lavender and pink, and then added some yellow over the top.
Yeah. I want to block it out a bit more first.
Do it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Wang.
What's up?
All right, so where is...
Are people watching?
We got 2 people watching right now. Nobody's talking, but I'm used to that. Where is my...
Is there a camera on the palette? Where's the camera?
The camera is here, pointed right there, so that the dry palette, if you want to move your water that way, they'll be able to see 90% of the palette.
Oh, okay.
Pull a palette. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Now they can see your entire palette.
Okay.
So we're going to be working on some blocking here.
Yeah, just blocking the shadows.
So how'd you get started mini painting, Anthony?
I got started when I was in elementary school. My friend brought me a box set of Rogue Trader Space Marines, and that was history. And I was like, I built some salamanders and started painting. And that was
Nice.
it. Yeah, a long time ago. Got into more competitive painting after my eyes were opened from a Turkish German dude that was living in LA at the time. I forgot his name, but he's like friends with like Ben Comets and stuff. And he looked at how I was painting, and was like, "You're doing it all wrong, man." You know, and other people that were around me were like, "Man, that guy's such an asshole."
Yeah.
But I took his suggestions to heart, you know, and I feel like my painting really has improved over the years because you take a learning posture, you know what I mean?
Right.
A learning posture and a growth mindset, and without that, you really get stuck. So.
I think there's a way to say that better though, you know, rather than saying, because to be honest, is there any wrong way to make art, right? If it works and it gets you results, how do people figure out glazing, right? Before someone had to figure it out at some point. But I think being a little bit more constructive by saying things more like, "Hey, let me show you this technique that might help you," you know, rather than, "Dude, that's wrong." Come on, it's not wrong. It might not be how you do it.
Right. Yeah, that probably would have been good. You know, after I realized that lesson after I made that person cry in my class.
In your
yeah.
I give you grief. I'd never actually give you grief about that on stream. That's just between you and me. I still find it a little bit funny.
No, it's just but part of it it's true. It's like it is kind of managing. Sometimes you have to manage people. Sometimes,
yeah.
You know, in
there's
terms
some
of,
people that
right.
can take that. You have to, you know, part of teaching, any kind of teaching that you do, is knowing the learning style of the people you're teaching, and
Right.
it's hard. You know, when you go to Adepticon, right, and you're sitting there with 20 people in your class, 15 people in your class, that you don't know, right?
Right.
You don't know how they're best going to learn. And that's kind of the thing.
Right.
When I was in college, my baby sister and I took a couple of classes together. And she hated me because I am an auditory learner.
Yep.
I see it, I hear it, I learn it. My sister is very tactile.
Yep.
So there was one class we took together, my least favorite class in all of college. That includes college math.
Which is what?
Sociology, because I
Sociology.
hated the teacher.
Okay. Yeah.
The teacher was terrible, in my opinion. Someone else might have thought she was awesome. I did not. But she would come in each day and she'd run through PowerPoint presentations on the screen. She'd basically turn her back to the class and read off the PowerPoint.
That's not a way to teach. Not a way
But
to teach.
I would sit there, and it was my 8 a.m. class. I was like this through the class. And I'd scratch down a word or two. I should remember that. Let me write that down. So by the end of a class, I would have this a block of text like this written.
Right.
My sister, on the other hand, would have written 8 pages of notes, taking every word down. And I got the same A she did in the class, and she's like, "I hate you. I just hate you." But knowing I have a thick skin. I was in the Army. I had drill sergeants yelling in my face. You know, I watch Gordon Ramsay. I'm like, that dude doesn't scare me because I've had real scary people yelling in my face, right? So I can handle that, but I know that there are people, especially artists. How many of us are...
Yeah. Yeah, you're saying?
how many of us are just sensitive? You know?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think art. Well, it's okay. When you're an artist and you've gone through art school,
Yeah.
you develop a thick skin. It's just, but negative comments always hurt. It's your baby. You're an artist. You're pouring your heart out and creating something. You know.
Right.
It's hard when someone calls your baby ugly. It's true.
But there are masterpieces out there that I look and I go, that's ugly.
Yeah. Right. But I think it's especially those people who have great talent, you know, but they haven't grown that thick skin yet. You know, that's a lot of times in those classes where you kind of have to just be more careful, you know, if you're teaching or whatever, whatnot, you know. So the issue, I don't know, what I think when people were blocking in previously, there was just too much, there was a lot, wanted to you kind of lose some of the saturation of the colors.
Yeah.
So I like to, so right now I'm resaturating the colors and capturing the volume, so that's what it looks like now.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely brought a lot of that shadow back into there.
Yeah.
I like the addition of the blue to it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that blue. Just you're trying to think of how to harmonize the different colors, because that blue, green, emerald in the armor, kind of want to also have it be in other parts of the
model,
parts
right?
Of the model to help harmonize the different.
Absolutely.
So.
It's one of the things, you know, I don't know, the pictures that I posted where I said I love my airbrush.
Yeah.
You know, that was an experiment. I used an imperial blue as a base coat for my red because I wanted to be more of a blood red. But as you get further underneath the model, I know I only gave the one angle on the model, but it's still really blue with just a kiss of that magenta over it.
Yeah.
I love using competing colors to kind of provide that contrast.
Yeah. Yeah, contrast in color, warm temperatures, you know, color theory, like complementary
Yes.
colors and whatnot. Yeah, it's all very.
And that's the thing. Sometimes I might not do a lot of contrast in the value. You know, I might not go super white to super black. But if I'm not going to do that, you have to provide that visual interest by providing contrast in the hues.
Right.
You know, purple with your green, you know, red with blue with your orange, blue with your magenta, whatever works to kind of make that pop.
Right.
But what do I know? I'm just a plebe.
No, yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I think you're totally right, and I think one of the main challenges of using hue to contrast is finding that balance of like how much to put in, right?
Yeah.
If it's 50-50, like 50% of the model is purple and 50% is yellow, or you're always using a yellow highlight, you know, on top of a purple volume, then that's fine, but that gets a bit, I feel like it's not as interesting as trying to like vary it up a bit, you know, in terms of how you apply that contrast. Because if everything is contrasted, then nothing is contrasted, right?
Exactly. It's one of my biggest mistakes that I made too when I started out doing some of these models, where it's like, okay, I want some yellow and purple, but it doesn't have to be base yellow and base purple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can put those little pops in as highlights, as little, you know, just little bits of information here and there across the model to add that into. And the person who's looking at it might not go, "Oh yeah, that's ice yellow that he used there," but the information's there, and their eye is picking that up.
Right.
I love talking art with people who know what they're talking about.
It's always a pleasure, Tony.
It is. Even when I don't listen to you.
I'll forgive you just this one time.
Well, you know, and the fact that what I do love about you is the fact that you foster this community of artists. You know, I hadn't seen your work, didn't know you were. You didn't know me from Adam. You saw some pictures of mine on the Grognard page, and you went, you know what? He's got some talent.
Yeah.
And the information you've given me has helped me take even more steps. And I greatly appreciate that because I'm a community guy in everything I do.
Yeah.
It's why, honestly, I've entered the, I've got a couple of pieces in the Brush Beast here as well. But competition, even competition painting, I paint for me. And I want to get better. I want to do this the best that I can. Do I need, is it nice to have someone say, attaboy? Of course it is. But I don't need that. If I happen to win it, I'm going to lose over there. One of my pieces, I looked at some of the
You
single
never
pieces.
know. You never know. You may, never
But
know.
what I'm saying is, if I lose to a better piece, I'm completely okay with that. I'm not gonna kick myself because I know I still love the pieces that I put in that cabinet over there.
You paint for you. I think that's so super key. And I think we all have to paint for ourselves. And because if you're painting for accolades and for someone to get someone else to like your piece, that's just really a dark hole that you'll fall into. You know? It's just not a good place you want to be.
And the other thing that I realize is even if I go up against, even if I end up competing against you in a competition here, I know that you have so many more techniques down. But I'll push myself to try and catch up with that. I learn those techniques for myself because that gambit over there, that fucking gambit of yours kills, man. That is gorgeous.
Thanks.
And the sharp, what I like the most is the sharp edges on your. This is, I mean, it's gonna sound ridiculous. The sharp edges on your OSL coming from the rising sun or the setting sun, whichever it is, on the rocks. The fact that it's like, did you smooth blend it? No. You just, boom, cut that line in there because it's a hard stop.
Right.
And then the blends, the blends of the yellows and oranges. I'm going to learn this stuff
It's
as I go along.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, so much of it is just being brave and
Paint bravely,
and,
right?
Yeah, and going with your own eye, your own aesthetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's easy to like be afraid and like, oh, I don't want to mess up my blend. I don't know what's gonna, and hold back. So, yeah, I wanted to paint Gambit in a very dramatic fashion. So, so your paint strokes and color placements, color blocks have to be dramatic as well too.
I love that piece of yours.
Thanks.
And I had a Stormfang I was working on for the auction,
Yeah.
and I screwed it up.
Oh no.
But it's not irrecoverable. It was just irrecoverable in time for this.
Yeah.
I
What'd
looked
you
at
do?
it. So there were a
The
couple
ship?
of
The ship?
the ship. So there were a couple of points on the model that I did not get as clean as I would have liked it to be.
Yeah.
Because it was a donated model. It was pre-assembled. And I had to break a lot of pieces off and do a lot of fixing. But even once I primed it, I ended up priming parts of it like 3 times because it's like, that still looks like crap. Sand it, fill it, file it. And I got it to a point where I said, okay, I'll just add some weathering to those spots to kind of mask it a little bit.
Yeah.
And when I went to do the sponge painting, just trying to put some chips on there, I made a mess of it, and then I tried to fix it. I made more of a mess of it. And it got to the point where I stopped. I'm like, I'm going to put this model over here because I'm about to throw it against the wall. I'm going to come back to it in a couple of weeks. I'm going to hit it with the airbrush in some very specific. I can fix it. I know that I can fix it. I tried something. I made a mistake.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not going to strip the whole thing. I put too many hours in it to strip it.
Right.
But I have tools at my disposal that I can use to still improve it and still give it to the charity in time for Adepticon.
No, that's great. I mean, that's one of the things. You know, when you
Let me get an opinion on that fellow over there.
yeah.
Filling those volumes on the left.
Yeah,
And this
I would,
is what
I
he's
would,
awesome at too.
Yeah, it's really good. I would bring it up a little bit more, just because the light
Is so light.
the light is so strong, right?
Yeah.
Like your key light here is so strong that that there's got to be a stronger bounce light off of here. So so I would here I just kind of bring it up just a bit more to bring some continuity to these volumes.
Okay.
But you know, or what you could do is darken it here. Darken it up here.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've got it dark in there, but yeah, that's why I asked for your opinion.
But no, I think that's good. Tony, I would say what I would actually recommend that you do is work on the other parts of his face.
Okay.
Because when you work on the other parts of his face, you'll be able to see from a holistic perspective what needs to be darker, what needs to be lighter, whatever, right? So yeah.
Okay.
Looking really great, man.
I appreciate that, man.
Really cool.
I'm super happy with how this is coming out. I'm liking this.
Yeah, he's looking really neat.
And then the base, I'm gonna do the for the plinth that it stands on, I'm going to do the dryer sheet marbling technique.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give that a shot.
Yeah.
I've never done it that way. So again, paint bravely, right? Try something new.
Exactly. No, that dryer sheet thing is like unreal. It's unreal how it comes out, you know. Good buddy Will Hahn did that on his heavier metal
Yeah.
piece.
Oh, the headbanger piece?
Yeah, the headbanger. Yep. It's just amazing. So good.
Let's work on this nose a little bit here. I'm gonna work on the nose on this side here, right next to that shadow. I just have a line that's making me crazy right there.
Bring it up even more. Do you have inks here?
What's that?
Do you have inks here?
I think I left my inks behind.
Okay. I think I have some.
There may be, well, we got, again, Dragonfall gave us a bunch of this stuff. So I know I didn't bring any of my inks, but let's see here. You got Purple Tone, Army Painter, ink wash. We got some Secret Weapon washes here. What else? What color ink?
You need like a purple or a pink.
Two Army Master or Army Painter purple tones. We got some Reaper pinks in here, or purples in here. Nice and thin, could easily make a wash out of it.
That's cool. I'll look. I think I can make a pink or purple ink or violet.
Transparent green. Transparent blue. I have no room for for this on my shelves at home.
Yeah.
They're like, here, take all of these. Okay. This yellow. That is straight up pink paint. Yeah, I don't see any.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Johnny. Yeah, I'll find something.
Contrast on that is coming along nice. Anthony sees things in a way that I just don't sometimes. That is gorgeous stuff. And I see what he's doing now. It makes perfect sense. So,
All right.
if you need a medium for glazing, that would be this right here.
Okay.
This is matte medium, flow aid, drying retarder, and water.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I tend to not use much additives.
Okay.
But
And this is just straight flow aid here if you want some of that.
okay. Thank you.
And yet I find- The one thing I wish is that I could just put on a playlist to go along with my stream. Just jam some music. Do a
Shit,
little.
man. What would you play?
Oh, Grateful Dead. I love the Grateful. I love painting the Grateful Dead because it's just so mellow.
Yeah.
You get a couple of live shows going and forget it. I can sit here. I've done that. I've put headphones on during my stream because unfortunately, the music industry needs to get their cut.
Gotcha. Right.
And then Twitch is like, hey, we're revising our DMCA. I'm like, really? I can stream now? No. We're just not going to kill you for doing it anymore. Thanks. If you do it accidentally, it's not a big deal.
Totally forget about that, but yeah. So add the white to desaturate and then glaze inks back on to
Yep.
desaturate.
Let me turn that toward the camera here for a sec. Yeah. That's amazing. Yep. Use the pink and the purple to tie everything back together over top of that white and that blue that you put down.
Yeah. And then
Look
you
at
go
that
back.
brush speed. It's a good thing I like him, otherwise I'd have to hate him.
Yo. All right, you're up next,
Scan it.
Doug.
Alright, that's fine. I'll do it.
Yeah, just trying to.
I'm gonna use all white so that you don't have any room to highlight it.
You made him
Let me
choke.
choke on my spit, Doug. No. Well, no, Doug. Actually, yeah. You can actually. Technically, like, white isn't necessarily the brightest you can get it because the issue with white is that it's desaturated,
Yeah, there's
right? So then with it's desaturated, that it may not appear the brightest using another color like or having white and then glazing inks on top. And that's what I'm doing now is just kind of going back again and then adding like that white yellow, and then I will continue to glaze other colors on top.
Ice yellow is such an amazing color for
It is
everything.
a cool color.
It has so many uses. gotta quit messing with this.
So it's gonna be displayed at Grognard's after we're done with it.
Actually, it's gonna be given to Dragonfall when we're done with it.
Dragonfall.
So they're gonna it'll if it gets finished before the raffle, it'll go into the raffle.
Oh, nice.
Let someone walk away with it.
We'll make it happen. It'd be nice for someone to go away with it.
Exactly. Come on. It's 1 point. How's it going? Alive and kicking. To be any better, there need to be 2 of me. Y'all don't want that. All right. I think it's time to come around and start working on this quadrant.
Yeah. I think I'm done for now.
right.
And we'll let the next person.
That's awesome. That looks great. Love it. Love it.
Very cool. Very cool. Always a pleasure, Tony.
Absolutely. I appreciate you.
We'll be back in a bit.
All right. Go work on your stuff now. All right. So now I'm going to move into my lighter tones. I feel better, dear. And yet I found this. Look at that. Sir. Yeah, whenever you are. Come on over. We'd love a visit from Dr. Painting. What's that? What was that you were talking about? Your email address?
Oh, DR.
Yeah.
I used to have a Eagle Talon, like a 1995 Eagle Talon, and I had to create an email address for some such, and I just like DR, which is
Your
my
initials, right?
So Dr. Talon, but it's nobody knows it's secretly DR for my initials.
And whenever I talk about you on stream, I'm like, yeah, my friend Doug, Dr. Painting, DR. I'm like, I'm always trying to like, what do you do? I'll just call him Dr. Painting.
Yeah, it goes. Whatever. I don't correct people. It just whatever works.
Well, I think it's just
It's a fun.
yeah,
way.
it's clever, exactly.
So
What's-
Anthony working on the skin, eh?
Yeah, he did it on the front.
That is a little different on the back.
Little different on the back. Hey, Anthony, you got to come over and base coat the back too, man. You just did the front.
What are you leaving me with here? Oh gosh! Now I got a challenge. Are these your
Challenge.
paints?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all on the palette.
This is this, and then that's for after you put the white or light yellow on it, and then you glaze it. That's what it makes.
Okay.
But yeah, try to get the lighting.
See, I can't get away from Anthony challenge.
He lives to do that.
Yeah, well, it's good. Good push myself.
He's a
Right.
good teacher.
He is. I need my cup.
All right, so this sculpt, they did something really weird with his nose, and I'm just, as I'm getting the contrast down, as I'm laying this down, take a look at just look at the shape of the nose as it comes down. I thought it was, as I was doing the dark, the black side, I thought it was a bulge, it's like a bulge here, but the whole thing is just like an S. Do you see that? You see
Yeah.
what I'm talking about?
I mean, maybe it's accurate.
Maybe.
I mean, whatever.
Dude's
Here's
nose
what it
is
is.
dude's nose, exactly. And the sculpt is what the sculpt is. Please. So whatever you're looking at, let me know if there's something in particular you're looking for as far as mediums or washes or whatnot. So I'm glad. Oh Jesus! glad the medication's helping, man. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah,
You were able to make it out.
me too. It was a rough,
Rough couple of weeks, it sounded like.
almost like 3.5 weeks. Like, tired of this.
Let me glaze a little bit of this, try and unify that a bit. I won't run away like you used to do. Oh. All right, I'm liking that.
You didn't talk Sam Lenz into
Yep,
having his turn
Sam-
on this?
Sam's gonna take a turn. Adam's gonna take a turn.
Cool.
Yep. And I won't run away. I need to fill out this cheek.
Ooh, did you hear that?
What was it? Your back?
My neck.
Oh,
Feel better though.
I bet you do. I started. I went started going back to a chiropractor recently. Haven't been to a chiropractor in ages.
I would just go to have him crack my back. Like,
Literally.
walk in, do that, walk out. I
That's
don't need
exactly.
anything else.
That's exactly what this joint does. It's called. They don't take insurance. They don't do any physical therapy. It's they come in, they look at your chart, they go, okay, pop, 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 get out. I'm so down with that.
I always wanted to get one of those inversion chairs, but they're so expensive. Then you can, like, you know, crack your back at the safety of your own home.
You know, the thing that's really hard about watching Anthony paint is he's so damn quick. Every one of those brush strokes is like pap, 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 pap. I'm like, God, do you know how long that would take me? He's so good. He makes me sick sometimes.
Yeah. Such a try-hard. It's only fun if he's in earshot.
If he's in
but-
earshot, right?
Yeah, he's not listening, so I can't.
I told him earlier, I'm like, you know, I'm like, in all seriousness, I'm like, every bit of advice you give me, even when I don't listen to you, I appreciate. I don't want you to think that you're wasting your breath, because even if I don't use it on that particular piece or at that moment, that doesn't mean I'm not listening.
He's good. He's a good teacher.
He's just a good person.
That's true too.
It almost makes me feel bad about, bagging on him. Almost.
He'll dish it out though.
And I'll deserve it. I will have absolutely earned it.
He's a good sport, so he can take it.
There we go. That. I am so smart sometimes.
If you do say so yourself.
If I don't mind saying so. Well, my viewer knows that. They know how smart I am.
SMRT.
And they're smart because they're watching me. People who don't watch me are dumb.
Totally agree. I just repaint the front so it matches the back.
I don't think that's the point of the community project, man.
No. I don't like adding to someone else's work because I was like, what the heck? Like, this choice I wouldn't have made.
But see, that's the fun. That's the adaptable part of it.
Right.
I look at it this thing. Did you ever watch Ink Master?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all right, you're gonna give them your sketch. I would have never drawn this way.
Yeah.
Or the tag team tattoos. Those were always fun to watch.
Do we have these colors?
The Chimera.
Purple tone? Is that purple tone?
No, that's their
one?
purple wash.
Whatever. Is this,
Hey, Joe. Yes. Go on to Twitch. You can see me right now. Love you. Bye. He's like, did you take the gaming laptop with you? Why, yes. Yes, I did. You mean my gaming laptop that I paid for? I bought so I could stream? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did take that laptop with me.
just send them a picture of it.
Ha!
This
That
one?
would be delightfully cruel. So what have you been up to lately, sir? You're not streaming anymore, right?
Well,
Or are you?
No, I am not. Well, aside from the last month.
Well, yeah, the last month has been
But,
hell.
Yeah.
We've kind of established that.
But, yeah, just, trying to get my house organized. And my wife works like a dog, so trying to pick up as much as I can to alleviate her stress of household duties when I can. Like, she barely gets to take a break to go to the bathroom, so I try to make lunch for her and bring it to her so she can concentrate on what she's doing during the day.
Being that good husband and all.
Yeah. As hard as they work, or at least I can do.
I have a million shades of gray on my palette right now.
I'm gonna have to do that.
What's that?
Grayscale. Something I've had on my list, and watching you's encouraging me to mess with it.
It's interesting. I mean, it's completely different. It's a different way of looking at this.
Yeah. I want to do the same model twice at the same time, and then color one with ink afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to do that, but it crossed my mind.
Well, and that's the thing. People are asking me, it's like, is this a value sketch? And no, this is going to be the final product. This is exactly what I'm going for. So that's why I'm taking so much time on it, right? I started off with a value, use the airbrush for the value sketch to give me an idea where I need to place all my shadows and highlights. The cool thing is it's kind of forgiving too, because I'm going in, I'm making mistakes as I go, right?
Yeah.
Especially because I'm not. The thing is, when we're painting regular minis with all the colors, it's like, oh, I'm going to use this color, then I'm going to use this color. So you're constantly, cleaning your brush, going from color to color. With this, it's like, okay, I don't need to clean my brush out, because it's like, okay, I can mix right in the tip of my brush.
Yeah.
But then I do what I just did. It's like, oh, that was the wrong gray for that spot. That's a little darker than I wanted it to be. I'm enjoying this as a process.
I mean, that is the goal, right?
For me, it always is the goal, right? I don't paint for commission. I don't paint for... Usually. I have picked up some, yes. Yeah, I so undercharged that kid on that Van Sar gang.
I know you did. But you also did him a favor, so...
I did. And then he turned around and donated that Stormfang, so...
Yeah, so...
Then I promptly went and messed up.
I'm so curious. You mentioned that...
So,
I want to see it.
Oh, what? Oh, come on. You're better than this, Tony. No, it's still fixable. I can absolutely fix it, and I will fix it. I just needed to put it aside because I got angry.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I made such a mistake, and then I made it worse when I tried to fix it, that it's like, okay, you're going to go over here before I throw you into the wall, because that would be truly bad.
I was very frustrated with my bust, the last bust I did, the Shield Maiden.
The one that you just entered? She is gorgeous.
Thank you. I redid the skin, and I'm like, why did I touch it? Why did I touch it? I tried to add more highlight and screwed it all up, where I had to repaint everything.
So I did that on this last week when I was working on this, because I spent all this time on this cheek, and I got my blends where I liked them. I got the shape where I liked it. The volume was right. And I'm like, I can take that up one more shade just right here. Fortunately, it was black and gray, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I messed up a bunch of color. But I got to the point where as I was doing it, I'm like, just one little thin white glaze right here. Oh shit, that's leaving a line. Now I need a blend, and now, oh crap, I just screwed everything up. And so I spent 40 minutes just trying to fix my mistake. Because I am a smart man, Jenny. Joey's mad at me.
Hmm?
So Joey is mad at me.
So do owe him a picture of the laptop.
Wait, what? Why? So this is where we're at. I'm going to say I'm super happy with that. I wanted the dramatic lighting. I don't know how much I want. I know what I understand completely what Anthony's saying about the bounce light coming back onto that left side. And with as bright as the highlight is, that bounce light needs to be. But I'm kind of going for a dramatic thing, and I get he's absolutely right. In art, if this were something else, I don't know how much I want that dark to go next to the light. We'll see.
What's he saying? Like the
Yeah, he's saying like down here, because this whole side was just this darkest color. So he recommended I fill in the volumes. And I like that. And he's like, the bounce light here and here would be stronger coming back. And he's right. I know that he's right. My head knows that he's 100% correct, and I should listen to him. My heart is telling me, don't do it, man.
I get you. I've been there.
I told Anthony, like I said, even when I don't listen to you, I appreciate every bit of it. Need to fix that still, but we'll get there. I got all weekend to finish this, right? I got as much time as I need. That's the great thing about painting for yourself and not on commission.
Yeah.
So this everlasting wet palette does not.
Is it the
Yeah, this is
one or
the
the
no. This is
old
the
one?
old one.
I had one. I sold it. I did not like it. Apparently, the new one is better, but I did not like it at all.
So, fun story. Muting my microphone. Can't beat that price, right?
I have one of these.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it. I'm like, forget it. I'll just bring the big one.
What's funny is, I know that the paper that they make for that palette is for heavy-bodied acrylics, and everybody hates it. There are
Depending on who you talk to.
What's that?
Depending on who you talk to,
Yeah.
Matt DiPietro swears by that thing.
I go back and forth. I really do.
Anthony said he had tried that paper, the heavy paper, and then parchment on top.
But why the parchment on top? That's going to let almost no moisture through.
I don't know. That's what he said. I don't know.
Because for me, there are times when I think that the heavy-bodied paper doesn't let enough through, and then there are times that I think it's the perfect amount, and there are times that I think that this lets too much moisture through.
Depends on the paint. Like Chimera
Yeah.
just sucks up the water. It almost unusable. But Vallejo, I don't have a problem.
The only problem I have with both Vallejo and Army Painter on that is if I don't spread it out, the top will crust after a day or so.
Really?
Just the very top of it. I can break through it and then
You can reactivate it.
and
Yeah.
reactivate like 90% of it.
I don't have that problem. I'm very specific how I set up my palette. I don't know. there's a little bit of alchemy involved, I think, with everybody's different approach to it.
Well, and that's kind of the conversation that I was having with Anthony. It's like the one thing I never want to hear one artist say to another, even if it's a teacher, is you're doing that wrong. Because there's so many different ways to create art, right?
Agreed.
I'd rather have someone tell me, "Hey, can I show you another technique?"
I hear you. Yeah.
It's I don't know. And
More than one way to skin a cat.
Exactly.
I agree. I never went to art school.
Right.
That's not my background. I don't come from an art background. So.
Oh, we know. And only nerds played these games, right?
Right. So, hearing like some of the horror stories that people had from art school, it's just like, who are these horrible people? You have to be a horrible person to become an art teacher, or what?
See, and maybe it's because of where, I went to college, Lake County, I went to NIU. I never had any of those horrible. I had one guy who was demanding on getting the work done, but I never heard him tell, like you said, other people have had these awful stories about, telling people, being told that they're stupid and stuff like that. Now, maybe not in those words, but you get my drift.
Yeah. Like, yes, drill sergeant.
And the thing is, if any art teacher tried that with me, I would have laughed. I'm like, I've had drill sergeants. You don't scare me. How about you just teach me?
Yeah. That's where I draw the line, It's like,
Nobody needs to be abused.
Like at my last job, my general manager was yelling at me. Like, my wife can yell at me. My mom and dad can yell at me. Certain other authority figures, sure. But you, as, somebody that I work for, no.
Well, and you know what? If I did something so egregious, I could accept that. But no.
I mean,
it would have to be
like
egregious.
malicious, maybe, but come on, like, there's a certain level of respect that I
absolutely
think you owe anyone in your life.
No doubt about that.
I seriously considered walking out right then and there, and like, well, I got.
Because the thing is, if you turn around and tell that same person, who the fuck do you think you're talking to like that? How fast do you think you're fired?
Oh, yeah. That's like, and it crossed my mind, but I'm like, okay, well.
I had one of the, when I was in the Army, I had one of those sergeants that I actually worked for, who, he was the best way I can describe it was he was a terrible leader. He had one style for, everybody, and it was not, it did not work well for me. It's like, oh, you made a mistake, I'm going to write you up. You made a mistake, I'm going to write you up. It's like, do you know how to do anything other than write a counseling statement? I'm a young and dumb soldier. How about, and I didn't think this until years later, right?
Right. Hindsight, right?
Right. I'm like, I was young and dumb and I made mistakes. But his only recourse was ever just let me write you up. I'm like, how about instead of just writing me up, you teach me, help me. No, that wasn't in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And then one of my favorite things was the year I got out. Yes, sir.
Knocked Todd.
What's your real number?
1122.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Because you said, oh, we're right over here. Like, we're right around the corner. We're 2108. Like, we're 3 rooms over from the hallway over here, which is great.
Yeah. You walk out.
I was afraid we were going to have adjoining rooms. I'm like, oh, God, I'm going to be right next to Tony.
Again?
Awkward. Sorry, I interrupted your story.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
He just told the whole.
Yeah, I just told
World
I told my viewer exactly what room I'm in.
That's okay.
And what room you're in.
Who's watching? How many viewers do we have?
We had a couple earlier.
1, 2.
Oh no.
Oh, actually, nobody's watching right now.
So you were safe.
So we're
You
completely
got to watch the replay.
the replay.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is.
You need to have a sign up here that says
On
live
air.
or on or recording or something.
If I'm sitting here, I'm probably recording it.
That's funny.
That's all right. Like I said, our viewer isn't
Our
on
viewer,
right now.
Yeah, singular.
Choreograph. So Anthony
You
did the
gave-
front. He's like,
That's the one I-
paint the back to match. Like,
You gave
"Oh,
that
crap."
to us.
Right. Yeah, he's a cool model.
I always hated the tiny little head though.
The little skull in the middle of all of that headdress.
Tiny head?
That skeleton
Oh, I see.
is the head.
He's the head.
So I don't know the lore, but it's a corn model. So
Right.
I'm assuming at some point that skull head
a demon
was
or a person or
was a
something.
person, and then this body is like
Right.
a demon, like infused onto
Right.
it. I don't know.
So fun story. Joey just called a few minutes ago. He goes, "Hey Dad, real quick, did you take the gaming laptop with you?" Like, yeah. He goes, what? I'm like, you can go watch on Twitch to find out why.
That's funny.
So yeah, we got to start. I get to start plugging Elric's hobbies. Their
Available at
bases.
Grognard Games.
Absolutely, always available to order at Grognard Games. So they're gonna send me the logo. So like I've got like the Grognard and the I'll probably alternate so it switches and we'll do both of ya. And they gave me a code, or they're going to give me one,
Yeah, we're gonna get one at the start too.
and they're gonna give me a kickback. I'm like, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's great. It's a great little program.
I'm always down for that. And they approached me, and I went, oh gee.
I have to find. I have a whole unit of orcs for Mantic painted on Elric bases. I'll have to dig those out so we can show them off a little bit and
Absolutely.
get some of my other stuff. I know I've got a few models.
See, I went and did it again. I had to mess with this eye. I got to go back and blend.
I think that's it. I think that's it. All right. Stop in there.
All right. Well, as
I
always,
think it matches ish.
it matches enough. That's kind of the whole point of it, right? Besides that, how many of us are going to match Anthony's level of skill?
Aside from not having that purple, I don't know. Now I'll show Anthony and get my butt handed
Get your critique?
Yeah, butt handed.
All right, I'm going to take a break here for just a few minutes. I'll be back. back on stream.
Is this on stream too?
Yeah,
Oh, nice. I got a camera.
you got a camera.
Nice.
So, yep, that's going to be about the best view. Unfortunately, I couldn't set it up so I could get the camera pointing from the other direction. But such is life.
I'll try and keep it in frame, but no promise.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Need to work on this muscle right there. So any mediums you need, or any, because I've got flow improver. This is kind of my magic, kind of glazing, kind of thinning solution. That's matte medium, retarder, flow improver, and distilled water. That's the magic sauce.
I'll probably keep it pretty opaque for the early stages of this.
Yeah.
For now. But it's good to know.
A little bit of this. It's the first time I've done just pure black and white. I'm kind of really digging it. Doing a lot of like mixing on my brush. Watch other people in there, they're while they're working too, right?
Yeah.
Watch other people's techniques.
I've been doing that. Trying to keep an eye on Anthony and see how
He sat
works
down
his
and
magic.
he's just flying around with that brush. I was like, God bless America.
Yeah.
You're so good, you make me sick. So how long you been painting?
Maybe 3-4 years.
Well, they're about the same. What got you interested in it?
I guess. So I started a D&D campaign with some friends, and we were just using these little like plastic standees
Right.
in the campaign, and so I decided that I was gonna sculpt minis for my character and my girlfriend at the time character, and we could use those instead. So I got some clay and I made some little minis, and then I started trying to figure out how to paint them, make them look nice. And that's when I saw Warhammer.
Aha.
And I was like, oh, I can paint these little plastic things that are already put together for me.
Right?
And yeah, I've been interested in it kind of ever since
You sculpted your piece from brush piece, right?
then. I did, yeah.
Kills me that you managed to get it painted as quickly as you did.
I mean, it's definitely like a 6-hour paint job.
It
But,
looks
it's-
the
it's-
sculpt looks great. I love
Thank
that
you.
sculpt.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun. I'm excited for. I mean, the next one's always better, so I'm excited for the next one.
That's how we learn, right?
Yeah,
Everything.
yeah.
It's always the next one's better. Did you go to school for art?
For a minute, I did.
Okay.
I did, and then I stopped that, and I started going to school for electrical engineering.
Okay.
So that's my day job.
Well, I am a software test lead with an art degree, so
Nice.
I get that. You know what? Let me get my cheaters. I don't know what it is. I got these bifocals, and they're great for going between my phone and my computer. But when I'm painting, for whatever reason, they don't feel right. I need like a wider field, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I have very bad eyes. I'm nearsighted.
Okay.
So I always wear glasses. And then I got the magnifiers like Android, right?
Yeah.
I put those on top. And I realized if I just don't wear anything and hold it close to my face, it's the same size.
Same
Because these
effect.
make everything smaller.
Yeah.
Real short.
I got that. In fact, I might have that same set of glasses. I don't know. I just can't. Maybe because of my glasses, the glasses that I need anyway.
Yeah.
I just can't make them work for me.
Yeah. I gave up on them.
But my cheaters work like a dream. Smooth that. Hoping by the end of the weekend I'll be done with this guy. because difference between head and heart sometimes when I'm doing this. In my head, I know because I'm lighting it from here, right? I know that this side of his nose should be brighter, but because when I look at it from the front, I want you want the nose to pop. So I'm putting more shadow on the side, but I don't know if I'm doing too much, not enough. Because like I said, in my head, I know this should be lighter. The light's coming this way.
Yeah, but you do have to evaluate how you're observing it, right?
Yeah.
Because the light's going to hit it, and it's going to bounce perpendicular to the surface, right?
Yeah.
So if you're looking at the surface, the light that is hitting it, but it's not coming to you, it's going away. So yeah, it's a lot of things to take into consideration, but yeah. The interesting thing about what you're doing, I don't know if I mentioned this on the Discord. So back in during the Renaissance, if you wanted to become a good painter, you would go and you would study under masters and you would work for them and you would basically be a mentee to build out the portfolio and the commissions that those masters had taken on. But when you started, you would only be given black and white paint. Everything you did would be in grayscale because the colored pigments were expensive.
Right.
And you're just going to screw it up because you don't know what the hell you're doing. So for a long time, you would never use any colored pigments in your painting until you had mastered the foundation of
Until you
lighting the
improve
volumes.
it, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the justification, and I think the theory kind of holds up pretty well. I noticed when I've done the gray studies, I come out of it with a much better understanding of how you light the volumes underneath before you start adding the layers and layers of complexity of pigment, you know.
I mean, in theory, when I'm done with this, I should just be able to throw just a white ink over the top of it and have it, in theory.
In theory, yeah. You've seen like the colorized photographs from in TV shows, right? That's essentially what they do.
So all the information will hopefully be right here. But he's going to be left as is because he was the first doctor. He was the one in black and white.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
The thing is, I've got a friend who is the biggest Whovian I've ever met. He's actually he's had a Doctor Who book published of his.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have a friend who writes for NASA. He works for fucking NASA. I'm like, really? It's gonna be this cheek that gets me in trouble. Back to this cheek. I can't leave it alone. I don't know how to quit you. Check out the Space Wolves from me and Doug over there at the raffle table.
Are they back there? I didn't see them.
Yeah, they're on the raffle table right now.
Okay.
Doug did the bikes.
It's just you two did all those?
Yeah. And it started, honestly, because of Rush Beast.
Oh yeah.
Because Anthony's like, oh, you should totally try to put something in. And I didn't know what I'm like, I can try and find something. And then Todd got a whole bunch of stuff in the store, trade-in. Okay, I think I can live with that. Let's let it dry. He got a bunch of the Space Wolf stuff in, and he recommended. He mentioned doing it for Dragonfall, and I was like, and I could get the piece to. I'm like, how cool would it be to win Brush Beast, and then be able to put that in the raffle, huh?
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't come anywhere close to winning because I saw the other entrance. I went, well, okay. I was shooting for the moon there. But that's all right.
Is this your first time at Dragonfall?
It is.
Yeah. That's cool. You entered something though your first time coming out.
No, please step up. That's what we're. So this is a community. This is a community piece. This is going to be painted by a bunch of people.
So it's just like, let's all just random paint and see like what happens.
Yep, that's exactly what we're going for. And I'm painting up the first Doctor from Doctor Who. It was Star Wars Legion that got me started doing this with any seriousness.
Yeah.
Because for years I do like repaints of HeroClix or repaints of BattleTech, Mech Warrior, and because I'm the guy, I've always been the artist, right? Ever since I was a kid, and I avoided things like BattleTech, and I avoided 40K or Warhammer because I knew that I could never be the guy who fields a gray army, and I'd be the guy who takes 10 hours per model.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't play against people who don't have a painted team. That's a big part of the fun for me is the spectacle, right? So I see over at Grognard's, people pushing around bases with people with no arms on it.
Right.
It's like, I'm not really here for that,
I'm with you on that. That's one of those things that drives me crazy. But you know what? Everybody, do your hobby the way you're going to do it.
Exactly.
That's just not how I could do it.
Yeah, I mean, their hobby is playing the game and the rules and the mechanics and everything. So that's fair. I probably wouldn't have. It'd probably be an uphill climb for me to have a fun game against someone like that. So that's fine.
See how it's coming? Oh,
No worries.
no intrusion.
Trying to add some skulls.
Yeah, your choice of colors there is really fantastic.
I like the vibrancy.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how people are able to add to it. I'm like so happy to see it's looking pretty sick.
It's looking really cool. Absolutely. mentioned the idea of doing a community piece, but I'm really happy that they did, because I'm digging what we're coming up with here.
Yeah, I think I mentioned doing the exquisite corpse. With,
Is that what it's called?
yeah, when you just, I mean, I've done in like other art fields with other, communities and stuff, and it's always kind of funny how it turns out.
Exquisite corpse.
Yeah, when, well, with like an illustration, you can have it where, say you have like 6 people contributing, you set up 6, poster boards or easels, and everybody just kind of rotates around.
Yeah.
But yeah, this community piece is pretty fun. I like how it's looking so far.
Better.
One better at a time.
That's it.
That's all it takes.
I'll catch us later. How did you happen on Anthony and the crew?
Last year at Dragonfall, I entered a piece. Or not last, well, the previous
2 years,
Dragonfall,
yeah.
You know what? I keep forgetting about that year that never
Yeah,
happened.
yeah. God bless the COVID.
Yeah, I took a couple classes with Anthony, the two that he was teaching that year. And got to talking about this and that at Deathcon. We were gonna have like a private seminar from an artist who was coming in for the Deathcon that year.
Alfonso?
No, that year was Patrick Masson, the sculptor.
Okay.
And yeah, so he got me on the hook for that. I was really interested in that.
He's good at that, isn't he?
Yeah. But yeah, it's and then he told me about the Chicagoland paint group he was trying to get going, and that was just since that. Back when it was on like a Facebook chat.
Yeah.
And you know Doug through Grognard's, or do you guys
Yep.
go back further than that?
No, through Grognard. That's how I got, because it was the Grognard page. Anthony saw me posting some of my work on the Grognard painting page. He's like, you know what? You might want to come and check out this group of guys and gals. Can't forget the ladies.
Yeah, it's nice to be building just a little community, like a community of artists.
Absolutely.
I missed that from the year of art school I took. The collaboration with other people.
How is that?
This water?
Yes, that one is one. That's for the palette. You're gonna need that. Yeah, it's almost everything.
Thanks, man.
people who can talk while they're painting constantly, just keeping stream of chatter going, always amaze me. Because I just get to a point, and no matter what, I'll be doing any stream. It's like I'll start off talking and chatting and blah, and then I just reach a point where I'm like, I'm so focused on what I'm doing. Fixing that eye.
Go for it.
Just like woodworking, half of painting is learning how to fix your mistakes.
Wait, there's more?
that you got your brush piece done and in,
Yeah.
what's on your table next?
Probably a couple gaming pieces. I'd like to get a kill team made up for Space Marines and Drakari.
Okay.
And then jumping into sculpting the next bust. But no specific project deadline for that. Just enjoyed it, want to keep doing it, you know.
So did you pick up playing for Kill Team because of the painting, or did you start painting it because you wanted to play the game? Which came first? Our viewer wants to know.
Oh. Yeah, well, I started going down to Alley Cat to buy my paints and whatnot. And they, just as I was getting into painting, they were getting into hosting weekly game night. And that was around the time the first Kill Team came out. So I thought, oh cool, I got an excuse to buy more models and do more stuff. So we started playing Kill Team. And did that for quite a while.
So yeah, I don't play any GW games, but I love their models.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
However, the orcs in that new Kill Team box in the Octaria set have me thinking about buying into and playing a GW game. Yes, sir. Oh, you realize how much my wife's gonna hate you now. I want that known. You had to go say that, didn't you?
He just saved you 50%. I don't know why she'd be upset at that. That's great value right there.
My shelf of shame right now is ridiculous. And a lot of it is, I've got
Did you
to...
say bookshelf or shelf?
Oh, it's a bookshelf of shame.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you only got one shelf, you gotta
No. So the minis take up one shelf on it. And then I've got I have 13 Star Wars Bandai models sitting waiting for me to paint. Actually put together a paint. One of which I even went and I bought a what's it called now? Photo etch.
Oh yeah.
So that I
Like
could-
expansion pack.
Yeah. So a little bit more detail, a lot of brass work. I bought a power pack. I bought a drill specifically to drill it out for lighting.
Okay. Well, you gotta recover some of the costs. It sounds like.
Yeah, it would have been easy to just not buy that game, but now Doug's giving me an excuse. all that you're painting for charity. Remember that.
That's right. So it's way better than good enough.
Worst part about this is seeing those little things that you know nobody else is ever going to see. They're never going to notice it. No one.
Oh yeah.
But I see it.
You know it's there.
I know it's there. Exactly. That's good. Let's clean that up underneath there now. Have some of that mid-tone in there. A little bit of express wet blending, I guess. Wet blending in the tiniest of spaces, too.
Alright, that'll do it for me for now.
All right, that's awesome. Let's take a look.
Stuff.
Oh, I'm loving where this is at. I love the skulls.
That's all I did. I didn't touch anything but the skull.
Love that.
Should help.
That is spectacular.
I think next, focusing on the detail. All the broad strokes are just about done on it. So I think
Yeah,
it's probably a good time to start focusing on the details.
absolutely.
See how it goes. Right on.
Fantastic. Thanks, man. All right. stick around. We're going to have some guests over the course of the next couple of days. Oh, wow. And thank you for the raid, man. Always appreciate it. So, Sam Lenz and Uncle Adam from Tabletop Minions are going to join us at some point over the weekend to work on the community paint. You can see I got an empty chair over here to my side. We have been working. Been a you know what, I'm going to move it over here. This is being painted by any number of painters that we have here. Anthony Wang, Sam Lenz is going to work on it, Uncle Adam's going to work on it. A couple of local guys that I know, a couple of local friends. And then it's going to go into the charity raffle when all is said and done. I was about to take a quick break, but I got people showing up. Who am I to say no, right? Personally, I'm still working on my Doctor Who. Oh, black and white study. Love to have you. Thanks for jumping in. I've got his eyes done. I'm pretty happy with where they're at. Here's my key light. You still working on your Batman? Ooh. Starbucks run? I'm good. Thank you, though. Hey, you know what? Be right back, guys. Make arrangements to get some food. Alright. So let's go ahead and keep working. We got some skull work done.
I am digging how he's coming out.
I am too. Now I needed someone to start the OSL on the base coming up from the bottom.
OSL? Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be you, right?
Oh, that's me? I got fluorescent paint.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
I love the fact that you kicked that off with such an unusual and bold color scheme for it.
Hell yeah.
It's going to be, that's fantastic.
I know. I was like, no.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I gotta make sure I bring my reds and my black. No, we don't need red and black in this.
Just blues.
Love it.
The yellows, the turquoise. I was happy that he was like, oh, jade. I was like, oh.
Yeah, the turquoise. Yeah. So he's turning out. I'm happy with it.
Are you on Instagram by any chance, or like?
I am.
Let me tag you in this so you can let people
Absolutely.
know.
Interesting.
Should we try to do a blue lights OSL? Should we make that challenge for everyone? Should we try everyone try it today? Or should we be
Green Slime River?
Green slime? That would work.
It'll add to I am YGMM podcast.
Okay.
What's your Insta?
I'm eating meetings.
I should have known.
It's okay.
E-E-N-I-E.
I'm gonna
Boom. Follow. know what? I just told me what it's called now. It's so in art school and in art communities, what you'll get is you'll get like 6 people together. They'll set up 6 easels.
Yeah.
And they'll start drawing, and then every so often they switch and they add to the next person, and everybody just keeps adding their take.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
And I'm like, why not do that with a mini?
I know, it's kind of weird no one's done that before, so I think that's like fucking, oh yeah.
Thank you. I have been looking. Someone, I think it was Ian. Yeah, it was Ian who made mention of it. I've been looking forward to this. I had that thing built in Zenithal back in August, going Dragonfall. We're waiting for Dragonfall. So, let's see here. Where are we going to go with this now? All right, let's go up. Let's work on the forehead. Or in his case, he's got a 5 head. Thank you.
I'm gonna take all the things. You're on Twitter
Awesome.
too, right?
I am on Twitter too.
Right. Is that the same thing?
Yes.
YWMO.
Actually, that one, I need to double check. So I've got my buddy who we do the podcast with. He decided that people might not know how to spell monologuing, and so
You're right. Yeah, I'm one of those people.
YGMM podcast.
Right.
Yeah, he said a
And then,
podcast. Yep.
oh, found you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna redo this forehead a little bit. When I did this the other day in preparation, it was literally just to get ideas of the volumes. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a minute. I'm going to step back. I'm going to go back to my highlight midtone, which is going to be this gray. I'll be brightening this up with white, obviously. Darkening it down over here, blending, getting it all nice and smooth. So I need to use the washroom. Maybe I should get a beer. Is Tony, drunk painting Tony fun? We can find that out. We'll let that base dry. Come back to it here in a few. I'm going to go ahead and switch over. I'm not going to shut the stream off, so stick around. I will be back in give me like 10, 15 minutes to go use the bathroom and whatnot. We'll go through and we will... Oh, that's just weird. There we go. Alright. That was looking weird there. But there we go. Alright, so give me like 15 minutes, 15-ish, and we'll be back. I'm back. All right. Thank you for sticking around. Wombat Combat Prime, Sliding Crow, Root Rear Girl, the Academy Impossible. Appreciate you sticking around. I needed a couple of minutes there. So I'm going to get back to work on my, there they are, Doctor Who bust. All right. Yay, we're back. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to throw another coat of this lighter gray right up here. We'll do our blend in here in a few, but I want to get this color back down. Clean it up a little bit. How's it going? So we got two things going on. I'm working on a Doctor Who black and white bust, and this is a community project. Anybody who wants to paint is welcome to sit down and work on the model, and by the end of the weekend, we're hoping to have it completed and put it in the raffle for someone to win. You're welcome to join me if you'd like.
Yeah, we'll be heading back, but thanks for letting me know.
Absolutely. All right, so we're just going to get some of our lighter gray down here. We're going to be brightening this all up. Right now, I want to get this nice and even, something to work off of. Keep it nice and smooth. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go through in each of these sections, we're going to render off nice and smooth. We're going to do nice blends all the way around. Hopefully I'm done with this by the end of the weekend. That would be nice. Just gonna mash those in there together. There we go. Nice little blend. All right. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. let's start blending this side over here. Feather that out a little bit. This mid-grade going right here. Okay. 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 All right, so we're going to work this up. Okay. There's a lot of water in that brush load. I'm going to try and blend that a little bit better. A little more pigment, a little less. Okay. Let's grab some of our necromancer cloak. Work that back in there. I'm just going to keep working this until I get a blend that I like. Just working it around, keeping it moist, keeping it wet. No. What up?
Hello, friend.
How are you, sir?
Fine. This already looks way better than anything I would ever do. So if I were to apply brush to model, I would just ruin it.
No, you wouldn't. You can paint the ground.
Thanks. Here, Todd. Paint the dirt. That's what you're good at.
Oh, with friends like me, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, Elrix gave me a couple of bases for Legion, because that's their new thing. And I'm going to paint them up on stream and
That's a good idea.
promote that
Really, what I need to do is, and what we've talked about with Elrix in the past, and I think I have a box of samples that he gave me long ago that we could paint up all the samples.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, so that we can, in different color schemes, just to show them what they look like.
And we can
And then
use-
you put them on a board, and then you have that nearby or behind the counter at the store, so people can look at what the different bases look like painted.
Absolutely.
So that'd be something cool to do. Give you some content, put it on the thing, post it up on the Facebooks and all the internets.
The intrawebs. Doctor Who.
Yeah, it's very cool. I like it.
I think I got that blend almost where I like it up
Did you
there.
ever try watching the old Doctor Who's?
I actually have. After I started watching the new stuff, and that's the Tom Baker era and all that stuff from the 70s. I'm like, and 80s. Like maybe I didn't give it a chance.
Fair shake.
And then I went back and watched it. I'm like, no, I gave it a fair
Yep,
shake.
nope, gave it plenty of chance. Yep.
And I know exactly what it is that I'm not a fan of. It's it's a production.
course,
I grew up on Star Wars.
Right.
Then Next Generation, and so I'm looking for those kind of effects.
Right.
And when I can see the difference between, hey, look, they're indoors shooting on videotape. Now they're outdoors shooting
Right,
on film.
Right. Yep.
No,
But have you ever gone back and watched the original Doctor Who?
I actually have.
The
I've
black and white. The
yes.
very first episode. You ever watch the very first episode?
I can't say I watched the first episode.
I can say I started watching the first episode, and 15 minutes in, I'm like, is anything going to happen? This is bizarre. I can't handle it. It's just too... It's like watching the old Dark Shadows TV shows. You ever
Right.
watch the old Dark Shadows
Yes,
TV
I did.
shows? It's the same thing, right? It's
Right.
black and white. It's very... people speak in just a different way. you
Right.
know? And especially when it's filmed like you're watching a play as opposed to a TV show,
Yep.
So I think I would be interested in watching it. And plus the first episode was like an hour and a half long with no commercials. They just did TV different back then.
Right. Oh, they completely
Especially
did.
in, and it wasn't obviously a British show, so.
So, quick thoughts. Dune, how'd you like it?
I liked it.
Did you go with Leif?
No, he went. I went with my daughters in Barrington. He lives over by Downers Grove, so he went to Lombard, I think. But I brought both my daughters, who never read the books, don't know anything about it except for the trailer, and were excited to see Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya.
Yes.
And so I didn't tell them really anything about the story at all. So anything that they knew about the story was only from the trailers. And when we got done watching it, we got up to the car. He said, "Okay, I want you girls to tell me what you thought about the movie and what questions you have.
Yeah.
And are you confused by anything? And I'm not going to tell you what I thought of the movie until after you guys tell me what you thought, because I wanted to get their unbiased
Yeah.
opinions, and they're 15 and 18, so they've seen a lot of movies, and I've shown them a lot of 80s movies and 90s movies, so
Did you show them?
they have not seen the original Dune.
all right.
So, and I did that on purpose when we started talking about it, because I didn't think it would be something they'd really be interested in
Right.
anyway. Once, I'll leave it up to them if they want to watch it now, because I think it'd be interesting for them to watch it now, but even the second half, of this version of Dune will be so wildly different than the second half of the Lynch movie.
Right.
It wouldn't even matter, right? And they'll know how the story ends, kind of, but how they get there will be significantly different. But So they both said they liked it. It was action-packed and it was a very pretty movie. And they did have a few questions, but overall they really did get the theme of kind of the whole point, the political point, the kind of Paul as savior or predicted a prophet, prophecy of him being the savior.
Right.
And some of the details, they kind of gave at the very beginning. I liked the, in the first Dune movie, Paul's narration was kind of educating the audience as to what was going on.
Right.
Whereas in this one, they did a little bit of the kind of Jurassic Park trick, where he's watching the videos about this is what Dune is, and this is this Fremen, and this is we don't know how many there are, and they're savage, and they're tribesmen, and it's kind of a lot of that kind of we're gonna teach the audience what the heck's going on here,
right?
Because they have nothing to read. So I love that trick. They do that kind of trope in a lot of movies. And they got that, and they understood that, and they a lot of the Dune-isms, the crazy words are like. They both said, well, they were speaking like 5 different languages in this movie, so sometimes it was hard to follow which each individual person was saying or why they were saying it or what they meant.
Right.
Especially when they were kind of whispering. They did a lot of whispering and kind of under their breath praying and that kind of stuff. And when they say words like Shai Hulud, like you have to say that 4 or 5 times before you kind of even understand what the heck they're saying.
Right.
So they had to say that, and I went back and watched it on HBO. And counted how many times they said that word. Every time they said that word, I made a mental note. By the end of the movie, they said it 4 or 5 times, and then finally you kind of get it in context at the very towards the end of that movie.
Oh, so you watched it on HBO?
HBO after the fact, yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't actually watch every minute of it. I kind of fell asleep.
Sure.
I was tired, but yeah, so I want to watch it a few more times. And it is interesting watching it in IMAX. I went to the IMAX.
Okay.
And IMAX is just really loud, right? I mean, it's definitely loud. And
yes.
The music was great. I really, really liked it. I mean, you can't go wrong. Zimmer did it, right?
That sounds right. I believe
you could go wrong with a Hans Zimmer soundtrack. Score. But it was so loud. And the effects were so loud, even while the dialogue is going on. I have trouble sometimes hearing. My hearing is going bad. Too many loud concerts.
Sure.
So I have a little bit of tinnitus or tinnitus, whatever you call it.
Right.
And
Brett's got that.
It's hard for me to discern voices from noise, even in a room like this sometimes. And but then when I watched it on HBO, the dialogue was much clearer because I don't have this crazy surround sound, IMAX booming in my ears. I can actually hear the dialogue a lot better. So. If I were a first-time watcher, I think it would have been easier to discern some of the things that were being said on a TV, as opposed to in the theater, at least in an IMAX setting.
Sure.
For me, anyway. I mean, if you have, my daughter's 18-year-old ears, I'm sure we're fine. She probably heard everything just fine, right?
Right.
But I really liked it. It was pretty. There was a few things I didn't like that they didn't discuss yet. They discussed or didn't reveal yet, which I thought they would. I won't say what. A couple of things were a little confusing, even to me, and I know the story.
Right.
And the problem is we don't know. We don't even know if we're going to get a part 2.
How does that happen?
That's what I said. Well, it's getting good. It's getting good reviews. It's got a high tomato meter rating for both critics and audience. And,
but if
I was there on a Thursday night at 6:00 on the first opening release, and the theater was as packed as I've seen any theater during the COVID era, for sure.
Okay.
So that's, I think, all good signs. So I think we'll probably find out after this weekend what the actual theater ticket sales were. If the theater ticket sales are good enough, that's a good sign. And then I think mostly it's like overseas. I don't know if this kind of movie resonates in countries like China. A lot of times China can make or break a big movie like that.
Right. Well, and speaking of which, on a similar vein, they just canceled Y: The Last Man. Hasn't finished its first season.
I saw that, and I thought of you immediately because you were so excited about that. I'm like, oh my God, Tony's gonna cry.
Oh, close to it.
Because we talked about it that one day. I didn't know anything about that at all, and you described it to me. I said, well, that sounds pretty cool. And then I just heard that they canceled it. I'm like, I didn't even know it aired yet. It was already canceled.
Yeah, the thing is, they're still airing that because it's Hulu, so it's not drop all at once.
Right, yeah. So enjoy the first season because it's the only season.
Apparently, they're going to be shopping it around to other streamers
Gotcha.
to try and have someone pick it up.
Yeah, Hulu will do that. Like Netflix doesn't do that. If Netflix cancels something, it's done. I don't think Netflix ever shops anything around, do they?
Well, it would be on the producers, right? It depends on who owns the rights. If Netflix owns the rights 100%, like they did with
It's a Netflix production.
right, but if someone else produces it and then Netflix picks it up, Cobra Kai is a great example.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai was produced outside. They got their funding from YouTube initially,
Ah, right. That's
but
right, yeah.
but it was still owned by the producers.
Right.
Still owned by the what? You got typos. Oh yeah, we do. Huh.
Did you misspell Dragonfall?
I didn't misspell that. Why? Thank you. Done. Updated. Anyway, no, like
And that makes sense,
Yeah,
yeah.
so the producers are able to just like when Fox canceled Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Right.
The weird thing was it was being produced by Universal, which is owned by Comcast,
Right.
NBC, but it went to Fox.
Right.
So when Fox said, we don't want any more of this really good show.
Right. Who
We're done.
needs a really good show?
Right. Who needs funny? They said okay, and they shopped it, and then NBC went, yeah, we'll take it back. No big deal.
Right. My big Netflix show that I liked so much that was crazy and bizarre was the OA. Did
Okay.
you watch that at all?
I didn't watch that.
They did 2 or 3 seasons, I think, and they left the final episode of the last season was the biggest, mind-bendingest twister of a season cliffhanger ender that could ever exist in the in the history of TV, and they're not going to do it anymore. Like, why couldn't they shop that around and let somebody else finish that?
Right.
It
What was
was
the one-
it was crazy. The last episode, crazy. And I love that show.
Pinting. I'm still pinting.
You're pinting.
Yeah, I'm
You're
painting.
pinting.
I'm
I'm
pinting
pinting,
instead of
and everyone
painting.
else is pinting.
I'm a moron.
I gotta go check my shop. I'll check in with you a little bit.
All right. I was going to mention something. Oh, did you watch Big Bang Theory when it was on?
Yeah.
The episode where alphas went off the air on a cliffhanger. The end of that, it's like, but I need to know what happened.
Oh, because of Sheldon.
Because of Sheldon, so he's calling around,
Yeah, right.
and at the end, he actually gets a hold of the writer. He's like, oh, so what were you going to do? Oh. Well, it's no wonder they canceled you. That sucks.
Right. That's what I just have to live with.
Right? All right, so coming along still. We finally got that blend, something that I like. I'm gonna have to figure out some more bounce highlights and whatnot, but we'll get there. Let me grab a little bit of my shadow color here. I'm gonna run a little bit of this. Just want to run a little bit more of this right inside of these wrinkles of his, because he is old. All right. Let's see. All right, there we go. So we got some nice clear definition on the forehead now. All right. All right, so let's go ahead. I got that eyebrow. Let's go ahead and pop this eyebrow over here. I won't run away like I used to do. We're going to be working on this side of the palette, all sorts of light colors right now. How's he looking out there, folks? I'm digging where I'm at. Really digging where I'm at. Alright, now I know I put these harsh lines in a few minutes ago. I'm going to soften them up a little bit. Just with a little bit of a glaze of a mid-tone between the lightest gray and the middle gray that I'm using here. You just want to soften those lines. You don't want them to go away. Soften these lines up here too. go. Still there. Right? Still visible.
You want to add to it?
Not yet, no. Oh, they'll be around.
What we doing, brother?
Doing good. So that's the community piece so far. That's what I'm working on.
Very cool.
So yeah, it's going well. Got a nice little stream running here. Got a handful of people watching.
Yeah, it's fun.
That's what it's all about, right?
So how many of these guys do you have? How many feeds are going?
So I got 4 different cameras. I got one pointing at my work, one pointing at the work there, and then the 2 face cameras.
Okay. Very
So yeah, that's what people are seeing right now.
It's a nice setup, man.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
How's everything going? You guys happy right now?
My business partner Aaron just got called away from a family emergency. His wife's going to the ER.
Oh, no.
Other than that, we're good. But it's been great.
Good.
So I'm like, had that happened this morning, we would be fucked right now. 'Cause he's the logistics master, right? Like
Right.
the whole thing is his. Like I'm the sales and marketing guy. He's the engineer, and I'm just like, dude, do what you have to do. We opened, we got everybody checked in. It's gravy now, baby.
Right.
So,
Now you get to sit back a little bit. There we go. All right. I'm liking it. Hope you are too. I don't know what I did to get onto this subreddit. Cringetopia. Anybody else here ever heard of it? Might still be a little bit dark. Here's what I can do here. A little bit of moisture. That's just where they put me. How you doing?
Okay. 11 o'clock, dude in the camouflage jacket, gray hair. Isn't that the guy you watch on YouTube?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Him and the guy he's playing the game against, I watched both of them, and they're going to come over and work on the community piece a little bit later, either today or tomorrow. So what I've got is I've got this piece here. Anybody who wants to can sit down and paint it. And then we're going to put it in the charity raffle when all is said and done.
Okay. This goes till 5?
6, I believe.
Okay.
And then happy hour and then all that stuff.
Do we know what time we're going to dinner?
So Todd made reservations before right after. Basically, I talked to you at the same time Todd was making reservations for him and Stacy. So we are on our own. They're going to Bigfoot.
Oh, I thought you said that we were going to Popeyes.
That was what he had told me.
Oh.
And plans have changed.
Well, I wish you would have told me. I would have tried to get reservations somewhere.
All right, well, get reservations for us now.
You want to go to Popeyes?
I do.
I've been having fried shrimp on the brain.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. I will take care of that. I'm also going to go take a walk before it gets dark. I'm trying
Okay.
to wake up.
Yeah, sure. Hey, here's the great thing. You don't have to. You're on vacation.
Well, if I want to go out to the restaurant with you. So it's just us.
Just us.
Okay.
And then we can come back here and hang out with people or whatever.
Okay. Oh, people will still be here?
We'll see.
All right, so you tell me what time I should be ready.
You tell me what time you make a reservation for. Why don't we do
I guess
that?
we'll start there. Okay. All right. Well,
Love you.
I will keep you informed. Love you too.
Awesome.
Were we on camera the whole time?
Yeah.
Hi.
My loverly wife. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and emphasize the white more on this side than this side. I want it brighter over here. So that's going to be the next step here. As we bring it up, just keep blending it back into the lighter gray on the other side. And we can also darken down the bottom sides of these volumes just a bit. Okay. Now we're just going to build all that back up a little bit. There's some gray whites. And just force that all in there. Take a look. We got some skull work started.
Yes, skulls are nice.
Yes,
Who
they
did
are.
the skulls?
Ian.
Yeah. Oh, very nice, very nice. We need some NMM on this, on these things. I found some guys, army painters over there, like pretty legit stuff. And they're in the Schaumburg area.
Okay.
So I'll get them to join our Discord group.
Absolutely. You know me, I'm always happy to learn and.
Yeah, and then those guys are, I mean, their stuff is really cool. So even just to be inspired by like what people are doing, even at an army level, it's pretty cool. And I think they have aspirations to do more competition stuff too. So
nice.
Yeah, but he said he wanted to do some NMM, so
send him over.
Yeah, so come have him come over and
absolutely
get some practice. How far did you get on that guy?
He's coming along. I've moved up to his forehead, so. Here, have a look-see.
Yeah. I would, yeah, I like it a lot. It's good.
Thank you. Right now. I'm building up the whites, the lightest gray and white on the upper right-hand side, where the key light would be hitting them.
See the brow on his left, his right, our left.
Yes.
You see how there's like a harsh transition?
Yes.
I would blend that in because if there's a harsh transition, it signifies the edge, right? But in that
over there,
forehead is more rounded. So
yep, agreed. Switch my glasses.
Yeah, it's looking pretty cool though. I like it.
Thank you, sir. See, and what you just did is exactly what I was hoping people would do. Just come over and sit down and pick up a brush.
Yeah, it's fun. It's just fun to see what other people have done and stuff, you know.
That's what I'm all about.
Yeah.
I was telling I was telling Doug when he sat down, Doug and Ian both. I'm like, the thing is I'm sitting here because I'm watching you on the, I can watch you on the stream as well. You move that brush so damn fast.
Oh yeah. You gotta do it, you know. That's like when I was doing commission painting, I would tell people, I was like, part of being faster is you gotta move your brush faster.
Yeah. You get in there so bold with it. It's just like whoop, 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 done.
Yeah. That was a big training with Alfonso. As well too, and he's just paint faster. You know, because when you paint faster, you you have to look at the overall picture, and you don't get stuck on the you can't get stuck on all the super details, you know.
Right.
Super little details. You have to move on from that, and then when you see the overall picture, you can paint for that, which is what you gotta do.
What are you hitting there? Let me see.
I'm
Right,
just
no, no.
I'm just lighting up the some of the volumes down there a bit more.
Yep.
Just kind of like work in some definition a bit more.
That's the thing. I'm trying to treat each of these sections of his forehead between the wrinkles as its own separate volume,
Exactly. Yeah.
and it's maddening.
I know. That's the right idea, though. Is this the is this the blue the blue that
I
you use here? Like this one?
Yes.
I'll block out the other armor perks. Oh, okay, well.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Alright, take it off, Doug?
Yeah.
Alright, man.
Oh, you're driving out each day. You're not staying out.
It's too expensive.
Sure.
I should have stayed off-site, but whatever.
Well,
Cool.
it's better get out
Brother,
here.
you drive safe.
Good seeing ya, and hopefully,
Those
yeah.
I love. Is
This
that the
color?
charcoal?
Yeah.
What
Heavy
color is that?
carbon. I use that for like a dark gray.
Yep, I use that for black, and then you can shade it.
Yeah.
It's either that or Necromancer Cloak from Army Painter. The other one I love is the heavy red, because you can put that down over black in one coat.
From what? From Army Painter?
No, Vallejo.
Vallejo? Okay.
The extra opaque line, it's just extra dense. There you go, pigment dense.
Okay. This is a nice green, or blue-green, whatever.
It's
What is
one
it
of,
from?
let's see.
Is it?
So that one is, I believe, yeah, that's the Jade.
Okay,
'Cause
yeah.
I've got, like, what are the triad that I picked up? No, not Scurvy. That's sick. It was Foul Green, Jade. I had another one in there. No, not turquoise either.
Yeah, it's, I think maybe it's.
Yeah,
I think
no,
it is
that's
jade.
definitely the Jade.
Yeah, it's
That's
really
what I
nice.
used for the Van Sar gang that I painted up.
Oh yeah, it's nice. It's nice coverage too. It's nice and vibrant. And a brown.
Got plenty of reds.
Heavy sienna. Red, reddish brown. It's good.
So are you a brush licker, Anthony? No?
Cannot. I have at some point in my life.
I think everybody has. It's whether it's a
Yeah.
regular habit.
No. I just can't. I used to like put additives in the paint,
Yeah.
and I was using Future Floor Wax for a while,
Uh-huh.
and started licking my brush, and I started getting headaches and stuff. So I was like, yeah,
So you
maybe I'll just
stopped that.
Stop that. It's maybe a good idea.
Hey, hon. Sure. Fantastic. What time you want to head over? Well, I didn't. I ate that taco was my lunch, but I ate a big breakfast. So, let me maybe 6:30ish. Yeah. Sounds good. Let's do 6:30ish. Well, all right. Let's call it 6:30 then. Love ya. Bye.
You guys are staying here?
Yeah, my room is literally, you walk out the door, turn left, my room is right there.
That's pretty awesome.
I was stoked when they told me that.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty sweet.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that heavy sienna, that's another one of the extra opaque.
Okay.
Just the
Extra opaque.
yeah, from Vallejo, the game line.
Yeah.
I think there are 13, 15 of them. I just, for base coating, for when you want that coverage, it is just fantastic.
Yeah. I like it.
I use it, the red, because when I do BattleTech, so I'll spray prime the whole thing black, right? And my bases, the rim of my bases are black, but I make the front edge, the leading edge, red.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, one swipe, look at that, it's red.
That's awesome. Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Thing that I find most frustrating, not hard, but frustrating, when I'm trying to get a blend, a glaze, what have you, it always dries darker. And in my head, I know it's going to dry darker. But I'm sitting there looking at it going, that's too light, that's too light. And I just want to, I think that's part of why I spend so much time.
What do you mean?
So, like right here, I just laid a light gray trying to into the transition.
Yeah.
The light gray went down, and it's too light. I can see a clear line,
Yeah.
but it's gonna dry. I know that it's this spot right here.
Yeah.
I know as that dries, it's going to darken. It's going to blend better. But right now, I just want to pick at it like a scab, and I know I need to leave it alone.
That's why. Do you ever try a little hairbrush?
Oh, I've got a hair
dryer.
dryer. Always.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's kind of tricky, but
It's just one of those little things. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back, guys. Hey, look at that. He's back! Alright. Back to working on Mr. Hartnell here. Alright. So where are we at? Side's almost out of water. I need to go get water. Be right back. Alright. Got some more water for the wet palette. It is dry up in here. This is just sucking this water up. I think we got a good level there. A little bit of extra water. All right. All right. Continuing work on Mr. Hartnell here. So we're getting ready to wrap up here shortly for the day. I'm going to go to dinner with my wife, my lovely, lovely wife who came out with me for this show, because she's awesome that way. If it wasn't the location, I'd be here by myself, that's for sure. But we got to come out and celebrate our anniversary. Don't you walk away here. So, next thing I want to do right now is mix up a nice big batch of this. I'm going to hit the edge of the hair. Okay. let me go ahead. You know what I'm going to do now? Big ass brush. I'm going to take a minute here. So, we're going to let that set for a moment. We're going to dry brush that. So much texture in this model. It just lends itself to dry brushing the hair. Go. did a little bit more work, laid down the basis for some
Yeah.
NMM.
Ooh.
How's it going? Doing well.
Nice. I like it.
Thank you.
Pretty smooth.
I'm trying.
Black and white is like, I don't know, personally it's not my thing.
What's that?
Black and white personally is not my thing. Like, I don't enjoy playing black and white. I love color.
Yeah, oh, I do
It
too.
looks nice though. Like the values look solid. The
Thank you.
contrast. Yeah.
I'm trying to not lay down any pure white or pure black on it. Is the goal. I'm a color guy too. I love.
Oh, so yeah.
But this is. I saw the bust. I've got a friend who is one of the biggest Doctor Who fans. He's actually had a Doctor Who book published by the BBC.
Oh, cool.
So he's got an official book out there, and he loves old school Doctor Who. I saw this bust online. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna paint this up for Rick, and I decided to do a study. You know, just a pure value study on this.
Oh, that's good. I used to these are always good to do.
So next, and the hair's gonna get dry brushed because there's no way in hell I'm gonna try and line all of that.
Yeah.
That's just happening. But beyond that, the coat I'm gonna try and stipple to make it look woolen.
Yeah.
That's the goal. So we'll see.
It's coming out. I think it's coming good now.
Thank you.
Great.
I appreciate that. Gonna wrap up in about another hour or so. Appreciate you sticking around with me as long as you have. Those of you who have stuck around. Alright, let's get some. All right. Hey, guess who's back? I'm going to go ahead and cut this off now. Appreciate you guys who joined us today. We will be back tomorrow. We will have Sam Lenz. We will have Uncle Adam from Tabletop Minions Painting. And we'll be talking with them then. So until tomorrow, I thank you very much for joining us. You have a great one.